Good morning to everybody. Happy Friday. Can you hear me in Pecos Hall?
Yes, we hear you.
Excellent. Thank you. My name is Gerasimos Rosados. I am the acting director for the Oil Conservation Division today, and also the acting chair for the Oil Conservation Commission. Today is Friday, April the 25th. This is the continuation of our evidentiary hearing for the consolidated cases by Goodnight Midstream and Empire, New Mexico. The case numbers are our case numbers 24123, 23614 through 17, case number 23775, and case numbers 24018 through 24020 and 24025. I am remote. Acting Commissioner Lemkin is also on the platform as well, and he is remote, just to let everybody know. So, Mr. Hearing Officer, we transferred over to you. Just as a reminder, we do have the time frames for this afternoon to make sure that we finish on time.
Thank you, Chairman Rosatos. Yes, the timeframes being, I believe we need to be out of here by 3 p.m. and I have the duck set for 2:45 as a 15-minute warning.
Excellent. Thank you.
Are we ready in the back there, Sheila?
Yes, we are.
And good morning, Madam Court Reporter. Are you ready to start? Let's see. I see
Okay,
somebody. There you go.
there you go.
So,
Yes.
all right, let's go on the record when you're ready.
Give me 1 second. Let me just get one more thing. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Today, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Today is April 25th, 2025. The time is 10:03 a.m. and we are on the record.
10:03 a.m. wherever you are.
Oh,
So
I'm sorry.
good.
9:03 a.m. Mountain Standard Time.
Okay, great. All right. Mr. Rankin, are there any preliminary matters before we get on with the redirect of Dr. Lake?
There are some housekeeping matters that we'll raise after Dr. Lake is redirected, but Dr. Lake has a flight in Albuquerque, and we're trying to get him out of here so he can make his flight.
Well, that'll be up to you, I guess.
Yeah, it will.
All right.
So
the blame will rest squarely on your shoulders.
Dr. Lake is staring me down right now.
Dr. Lake, I'll just remind you, and I doubt that I need to, but I'll just remind you, you're under oath. Mr. Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Dr. Lake, do you recall a question from the commission yesterday about Dr. Bockwalter's relative permeability curves that you presented on slide 8 of your summary slides?
Can you show it?
Yeah. Is this your slide 8 from your summary slides?
Yes.
And do you recall questions yesterday from the commission about the relative permeability curves from Dr. Buckwalter's model relating to the Grayberg?
Yes.
Do you recall that you were asked whether you thought it was possible that Dr. Buckwalter adjusted or changed the endpoints on his relative permeability curves for his final model fit?
When you say endpoint, do you mean the saturations of the endpoints on the relative perm?
Yeah, and I'm specifically addressing the irreducible water saturation that he set at 0.35.
Yeah, I recall that, yes.
Okay. Now, and you said it was likely. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, your slide 8 shows Dr. Buckwalter's relative permeability curve for the Grayberg used an irreducible water saturation of 35%, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to bring up the slide that Dr. Buckwalter presented to the commission as part of his summary testimony that you listened to. Is that correct, Dr. Lake?
Yes.
Okay, this is a slide from Dr. Buckwalter's summary testimony to the commission showing what his input parameters were for his final model. This is his slide 10. Do you recall seeing this from Dr. Buckwalter's presentation?
I think so.
Yeah. Now, it shows, does it show that the irreducible water saturation on his relative permeability curve used in his model simulation was set to 35%?
Yes.
Okay. And It was also the relative permeability curve that he provided to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what does that indicate to you was the goal of the simulation?
Well, it's fairly common to adjust parameters on the input of a simulator. I want to strike fairly common. It's inevitable that you adjust input parameters to make it match a given target. And so it seems to me that he's loaded too much water into the simulation here. And I think that may be to basically force the simulator to take water from the San Andreas Formation or somewhere
And put it where?
into a simulator, into a Grayburg.
Thank you, Dr. Lake. Mr. Hearing Officer, I have no further questions for Dr. Lake.
I'm sorry, can someone let my audio into the room?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I just noticed that my audio is still in the rating room, my backup audio. It should say reporter audio.
So I'm not seeing it on here, and we don't really have a waiting room. Can you try to join it again?
Yes. Mm. I'll join with the meeting ID directly. Give me 1 second. I apologize.
Madam Court Reporter,
Yes,
let's solve this after we excuse this witness, if you don't mind. He's trying to catch a plane in Albuquerque.
absolutely.
All right. Empire, may Dr. Lake be excused? May Dr. Lake be excused?
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Lake.
OCD,
No objection.
Rice,
No objection.
Pilot.
No objection.
Dr. Lake, thank you for your time and safe travels.
I'll say Sharon. The one thing I noticed, our question is
Ms. Johns, I see your audio is on the platform now.
Yes, it is. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay, so are you ready to proceed, Madam Court Reporter?
I am. Thank you.
All right. Who is your next witness, Mr. Rankin?
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Officer. Our next witness will be Mr. Tomastic. We do have some housekeeping matters. I think Ms. Shaheen has some exhibits that she would like to move. And at the pleasure of the hearing officer, we can deal with these housekeeping matters now or at a more appropriate time.
Go ahead, Ms. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. These are papers and slides that were used with the cross-examination of Dr. Lake. The first one being the SPE paper that he relied on, and I can show that to everyone if they would like.
Any objection from Goodnight?
No objection.
OCD,
No objection.
Rice,
No objection.
Pilot.
No objection.
Okay, that'll be admitted.
Thank you. The second thing is the fluid level data that Goodnight recently provided to Empire, along with the graphic representation of that fluid level data. That was a slide that was used in our cross-examination of Dr. Lake yesterday.
I doubt if you'll object to that, but
Let me think about it. No objection.
OCD,
No objection.
Rice,
No objection.
Pilot,
No objection.
it will be admitted.
Third is the slide of the dimensionless curve that Mr. West used in his testimony, and that illustrates it came from the Kinder Morgan screening tool.
We do have an objection on that, Mr. Hearing Officer. We asked repeatedly the source of that curve. We were not told it was the Kinder Morgan screening tool. We asked for them to provide us with the paper, the backup, the data that supported it. We were never provided any of that information repeatedly. It took us weeks to get them to tell us where it came from, what the basis for it was. We could get any data that substantiated whether it was a main pay zone or an ROZ. I strenuously object to it being entered into the evidence because it was part of his direct case and it was not part of his testimony that he was required to submit back in August of 2024. It took us months to get that information, and only yesterday did we learn that it came from Kinder Morgan. It's unreasonable,
Yeah.
totally unfair. We had no notion of where it came from, and we asked repeatedly.
Let me ask, not to put you on the hot spot, Mr. Chandler, but do you think that this exhibit would be useful to the commission?
And I'm happy to respond to Mr. Rankin's statement because I disagree with his representations of what's
Well,
on the
why
record.
don't you do that and that'll give Mr. Chandler more information.
Mr. West specifically testified that he used the SPE paper that we reviewed yesterday with Dr. Lake for his dimensionless curve. And he also testified that it came from the Kinder Morgan screening tool. So Goodnight has clearly had the SPE paper because it was produced by Goodnight as a paper that Dr. Lake himself relied on.
To be 100% clear, we had the SPE paper. We only learned from this hearing that it was part of the screening tool. We asked repeatedly where it came from, and we were given that SPE paper, which did not reference, to my knowledge, that it was a part of the Kinder Morgan screening tool.
And I'm happy to respond further if it would be helpful to the commission.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Officer. Dr. Lake had the SPE paper and produced it as a document that he relied on. It seems to me that with Dr. Lake's experience, that he would have been well aware of where that dimensionless curve came from that was represented in the paper that he produced that he relied on.
Does the paper itself reference the source?
that
Does the paper itself reference the source?
the source of the curve,
Right, the Kinder Morgan.
that I don't recall.
Does it?
No. And we've asked, they just tell us, we asked repeatedly.
And Mr. West told you in his testimony.
Okay, well, I think my thoughts on the subject are, it sounds to me like an unfair surprise. I mean, the testimony we can't unring the bell on the testimony, but it sounds to me like it's going to be limited to being a demonstrative exhibit unless Mr. Chandler thinks we really need it. All right, so the objection is sustained. That one will not be admitted.
The final slide is the shot of the initial water saturation from the EMSU Working Interest Owners Meeting in 1990.
Mr. Rankin.
Well, let me address that. I have no, that's part of the commission's, I believe it's part of the commission's administrative record. I will add that it was also part of Dr. Buckwalter's slide number 10. And at the time Dr. Buckwalter presented his testimony and slides, I believe that the hearing officer made the point that that slide number 10 would be part of the record. So I don't know that we need a separate admission of that, but I do want to also make clear that, and I discussed this with Ms. Shaheen, that we would want to make sure, and I didn't see it separately admitted as an exhibit by Empire, but I would want to make sure that that slide number 10 is part of the record in this case. That does also include that image from the technical committee meeting minutes from, or working interest owner meeting minutes from 1990.
Ms. Shaheen.
No objection to admission of Dr. Buckwalter's slide 10.
All right, so we'll treat that exchange as a stipulation. Based on that stipulation, OCD, any objection?
No objection.
Rice,
No objection.
Pilot?
No objection.
All right, it will be admitted subject to Empire Exhibit 10 being admitted as well, if it isn't already.
Just to be clear for my colleague, because he's keeping track, both would be admitted, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else, Ms. Shaheen?
That's it for me. Thank you.
We do have additional sets of exhibits to admit. Can you please publish the slides? Mr. Hearing Officer, you'll recall yesterday that there was quite a fuss over brand new slides, brand new analyses that the commission acknowledged was brand new analysis conducted by Mr. Knights. Those were the slides where he'd gone in and created new barriers with the blue shading on them. And there were some related exhibits that, again, were brand new analyses. And over Empire's objection, those slides were received in evidence. And we don't fuss with that. I think Mr. Moander, and I may be misattributing this, has cited the goose and gander doctrine as part of these proceedings. And so what we have here, and I'll go through the same fashion through all of the exhibits, the way Mr. Rankin did, and then if the commission wants his response. The first slide that we'd be offering was used in the testimony of Mr. West. It just required the correction. The explanation was made where the zeros were changed to dots, and when the zeros were changed to dots for presentation, the decimal just carried over. So this is the corrected 99 grid block out of 34,500 grid block slide. Additionally, this was used and testified to in the testimony of Mr. Macbeth. If we can go to the next slide. This slide is also the.
Hold on just a second, Mr. Waymeyer. So, Mr. Rankin, make notes of these.
I'm trying, yeah.
So that I appreciate your approach. I'd like to go through all of them,
Okay.
and then we'll go through any objections to all of them.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, Mr. Waymeyer.
Thank you. The second slide, again, this was just the corrected one. This was visited about with Mr. West prior to correction, with Mr. Macbeth after correction. This was just showing in graphical display the grid blocks that had the vertical permeability adjustments made to them to clarify the confusion that there was a uniform blanket adjustment to vertical permeability that was made. That was not the case. If we can have the next slide. This was the pressure calculation that was testified to in Mr. Macbeth's testimony. Again, this EME number 20, the Rice data came in late. This is just showing that in comparison to the existing Buckwalter model, using the brand new information on that Rice owl, Dr. Buckwalter's model would have only been off by 12 PSI. Again, this was visited about under oath with Mr. Macbeth. If we can have the next slide. This was testimony visited on with Mr. Macbeth. This is working the Rice pressure data from surface down. These were this is Rice data here. If we can have the next slide. Also, Rice data just showing with a diagram to the side where this is in vertical depth. And this is showing the pressure calculation from the EME number 20 if you work it vertically down. And again, this was all visited about during Mr. Macbeth's testimony. If we can have the next slide. The next three slides come from Mr. Scott Burkhead. And this is just showing the impact of rock facies on oil saturation and water saturations. These were visited about both with Mr. Knights and with Mr. Macbeth. We can have the next slide. This shows the suspicious data that was excluded from the core analyses as part of Mr. Burkhead's analysis for the reason that they had unreasonable N values. This was visited about with Mr. Macbeth and with Mr. Knights. It also provides the average oil saturations, both on a corrected basis and an uncorrected basis, and with suspicious data out and with suspicious data in, that Dr. Mpoma had asked about in terms of just show me what the core saturations are. Next slide. This is uncorrected core average saturations for Grayburg and San Andreas with and without the suspicious, really high N values in versus out. This was, again, material that was inquired about by Dr. Mpoma. This was visited about with Mr. Knights and Mr. Macbeth, I believe. It was certainly at least with Mr. Macbeth. And this accords reasonably closely with the information that we got from Mr. Macbeth in response to testimony from Mr. Rankin's questioning. This was the economic sensitivity graphical display. This was visited about with Mr. Macbeth in illustrating his testimony. And then we showed the Grayburg conventional core measurements out of the EMSU 649 and vertical perms. Next slide.
Wait, sorry, I need to, can you go back one slide? So you are moving quickly. I just want to make sure I catch this. So this is slide 16. There was one before this, slide 15?
Yeah, sorry, I'm going the wrong way. I think this is the first of the conventional core measurements. There's four of these slides.
And remind me who these were presented to?
I know these were visited about with Mr. Macbeth, and these are starting to blend together. I just with taking these witnesses out of order, I can't say with certainty if it was Mr. Knights and Mr. Macbeth, but certainly Mr. Macbeth, I believe we visited on these. These are conventional core measurements on the 650, the 653, the 710, the 6, and the 649. Are we to the end of it, Ms. Shaheen? So again, one, we were presented with brand new analyses that we had never seen, had a chance to test, do anything with. All of these slides were visited about in detail with Goodnight's witnesses. We would move for their admission. I also think it would be very helpful to the commission in terms of illustrating the verbal testimony. So on this flat testimonial record that'll come back on a transcript, these are necessary to give fairness to the verbal testimony. And I would also just add, with the manner of presentation we have, Empire does not have a rebuttal case here. I think everybody in here would vomit if we had a case in chief, a responsive case, and then a rebuttal case. So Empire is a bit hamstrung in terms of just the procedure because we can't bring witnesses back behind the Goodnight witnesses. We're not asking to do that. But to the extent that the commission has any concerns about these coming in through Goodnight witnesses, that's largely just the function of us not having a typical rebuttal case. So that would be our offer. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Waymeyer. That last point is pretty well taken. It's unusual in my experience, at least, for there to be before trial, all this rebuttal. I mean, that went back and forth. But the fact of the matter is, no matter how well you prepare with the witness, they're always going to say something unexpected. And so, this sort of falls within that category. I've got, by my numbering, I have 14 proposed exhibits. Mr. Rankin, why don't, for sake of, to expedite things, are there any of the 14? Can we go through those and you tell me if there are any you do not, give me the list of the ones you don't object to, and then we'll go to the rest.
May I ask the accommodation of Ms. Shaheen, just to go back to the beginning, and I'll quickly just say, some of these I can handle very fast, okay? But
Okay,
there's a
that's
few I need
great.
to address quickly.
I'll make
Okay.
check marks and X's.
All right, so slide number 1, no problem with this slide coming in, Mr. Hearing Officer. We want the commission to understand what the actual values were in the model. In every manner. I just want to make sure the record is clear whether this slide is representative of all the KB values, or is it just a sampling? Because I wasn't 100% clear. But I think that this is intended to be representative, and then the next slide shows the distribution of all the KB values.
Mr. Waymeyer, is that correct?
It is all the KZ values. So that those are 2-acre grid blocks across 34,500.
So the first slide shows all the KB values that were used in the model, and no problem with that. Second slide that shows the distribution of those modified KB values across the model grids. I have no problem with that. This slide here, Mr. Hearing Officer, I have a problem with it only because we were only given certain outputs files from the model, and we were not given this date. I understand that the H20 pressure survey came in late, and if Dr. Buckwalter had that data at the time he was testifying, he would have likely checked his model to see where it came up. So I don't think I can strongly object to this because I think it's reasonable, and this is fine to come in. Okay. This data is. Yeah, okay, this one is fine.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Sorry, the previous slide that you showed, Sharon, was one that we already admitted, correct? Okay. All right, this next slide here, slide 5, shows Rice's EME bottom hole pressure survey. I don't have any problem with this. However, there's additional information on here that didn't relate just to the survey. Somebody inserted some values of chlorides. I don't know where that came from. Was that from the survey report itself? I don't have it in front of me, the actual document. So I don't know if that was inserted or if it came from the document. And that's my problem with this slide. Otherwise, I don't have a problem with it. I just don't know where that insertion box came from and if it is from the survey report itself or not.
Mr. Waymeyer, can you clear that up?
It's a reasonable value that's representative of the composition of Grayburg water.
I don't know where that came from. There's no foundation for it. If they redact that or take it out, I have no problem with it coming in. I just don't know what that is, where it came from.
And by way of reply, there's been plenty of testimony about the TDS and chlorides in Grayburg water as a representative matter. That this is certainly in line with the testimony about the composition of that water.
I have no problem with it coming in if it just comes off. I don't know where that came from.
Well, what witness put in the numbers or these additions? What witness put in these additions?
Mr. West, and again, I would be sick to ask to have to bring him back in a rebuttal case to offer something of such pedestrian value.
If he's got, Mr. Hearing Officer May, if he has testified to what the Grayberg values are, he's got historical ranges in his testimony already in his direct. I don't see any need to put it in here.
Well, if he testified to it and it's just written in here and it's consistent with his testimony, that's not enough of an objection.
So I just don't know if it is. That's my point.
Okay, all right. Well, I've marked that as an, I'll rule on it in a minute. For now, it's objected to.
Okay.
Next.
I don't have an objection to this. It appears to be taking OCD data and putting it on a slide, so no objection. The pressure depletion from EME 20 bottom hole pressure, showing calculated pressures with what Empire has represented as the top of the San Andreas, their pick for the top of the San Andreas. And then an existing slide from Mr. West. I don't have I understood this sort of as a demonstrative for Mr. Macbeth. I think it's cumulative because the data on the left has already been admitted now, and the RFT has already been admitted. And so I don't see the purpose. I think this served its purpose for crossing Mr. Macbeth, and so I don't see the purpose for its admission. That's an objection.
Okay, next.
Okay, these were a bunch of slides that I think the next series of slides all go to petrophysics that should have been properly directed to Dr. Davidson. Instead, they attempted to, I have no problem with them crossing Mr. Knights or Mr. Macbeth on these issues, but they should have been properly directed to Dr. Davidson. And I'd seen there's no foundation for it. These were new and created by Dr. Burkhead. And I understand the situation with the sequencing. That said, this should have been directed to Dr. Davidson. These are petrophysical issues that go to Dr. Davidson's petrophysical analysis, and it should have been properly directed to him to address. Instead, they chose to address it to Mr. Macbeth and Mr. Knights, who relied on aspects of Dr. Davidson's analysis, and it was proper for purposes of a demonstrative for cross. But I don't see any basis for admission because there's been no foundation laid. We don't know exactly how Mr. Burkhead did it. And again, it should have been directed to Dr. Davidson. So this slide and Sharon, it's the next one. This slide. Those slides we just addressed all go to petrophysics. Don't have the foundation for how they were created, include characterizations of values that are not substantiated by Empire's own witnesses. And I believe that they were proper for demonstratives and they were useful for cross for Mr. Waymeyer, but I don't see any basis for them to come in and as actual evidence.
Mr. Waymeyer, two of these look familiar to me. The first one, was the first one used with this one? Was that used with any witness?
Yes, all of these were used, and I just don't want to misrepresent to the commission. I know they were used with Mr. Knights, who, again, his testimony wraps its arms around the testimony of Dr. Davidson, and he said he understood these and was familiar with them. So he could have said, I have no clue how this would work into my testimony that wraps its arms around Dr. Davidson's for validity. He didn't say that. We talked through it at length. I think two of them were also, not this first one, but the second two were also visited about with Mr. Macbeth. But the first three certainly all were with Mr. Knights. He didn't claim ignorance of them, didn't claim he didn't know how they work or what they demonstrated by way of his testimony. And then the second two were also with Mr. Macbeth.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to the one on what I have labeled economic sensitivity. There we go.
Okay, so this slide, I think, just so I maybe can group them, Sharon, is there another one about economics too after this?
No.
Okay, so this one here, so I do have a serious concern about this because it is Empire's case in chief to demonstrate that there is an economic basis for their proposal for this RRZ. And this, Mr. West dedicated 2 paragraphs to that in his direct testimony and none in his rebuttal. Okay, he did one model run for two different sets of patterns. That was it. And if he wanted to present, and as he now feels he should have, a more robust economic analysis with greater sensitivities across a greater range of scenarios, that should have been done in his direct when he filed it in August of 2024. That was not done. And now they're using cross to try to get that into the record, which is improper. It should have been done in the direct case. We pointed out the failures of the economic model in our rebuttal. And we pointed it out again here with Mr. Macbeth's summary. And my point about this is that it is not appropriate to try to get in and to bolster their direct case now with this additional exhibit.
Mr. Waymire, was this exhibit used with Dr. West?
It was not used with Mr. West. It was used with Mr. Macbeth. And may I reply very, very briefly?
Okay.
First, we disagree with the characterization of an economic burden here by way of this commission proceeding for Empire. We vigorously disagree with that. Secondly, again, this is just a math exercise based on the data the underlying data that's already there. Additionally, the commission will recall it allowed rebuttals in the middle of this proceeding by Dr. Davidson, by Mr. Knights, and I think Mr. Macbeth did a rebuttal too. Certainly Preston McGuire did a rebuttal. So we've got brand new testimony on economic things that came in 3 weeks ago. And again, this is not controversial. This is a math exercise. It's incredibly helpful to the commission.
Was it testified, and did a witness testify about these numbers?
Mr. Macbeth did. We went through them with him.
Okay. All right, next.
So this next series of slides all relate to Grayberg values of core measurements in the Grayberg. So I think as to these, as long as it's clearly marked for each of these that they're Grayberg, and no party, I mean, these are all in what everybody would call Grayberg, every one of these. If I go through, I think, Machine, if you wouldn't mind scrolling forward. Thank you. These are all within what everybody would call Grayberg. And I think they're all labeled as such. Is that the last one?
Yes.
So, okay. Yeah, no objection to these coming in.
All right, so let's go back to slide number 1, 99 grid block. That'll be admitted. Number 2, the vertical permeability distribution slide, that'll be admitted. Number 5, the Rice I have Rice EME depletion.
Oh, maybe this one is first, Mr. Hearing Officer, exhibit slide 3. Oh, I'm sorry, you're just going over emissions. I apologize for interjecting.
Right. So,
This one.
okay, I believe you agreed to this one with, no, you didn't. Because of the additions, right?
Right.
What's the next one? Next slide. Is this the one you agreed to?
Correct.
Okay. That'll be admitted. Rice's EME-20 wellbore diagram. Okay, and then the last 4, the Grayberg core measurements for EMSU 649, 650, 653, and 710. Okay, then let's go back to slide number 3, the 1959 pressure calculation for EME number 20. Okay. Now, I recall seeing this being used as a demonstrative exhibit with some witness. Who was this used with?
This would have been used with Mr. Knights, who again, his whole testimony wraps itself around Dr. Davidson.
All right.
Actually, I believe it was Mr. Macbeth because it was about the model, and Mr. Macbeth testified about the model. I believe this was crossed on Mr. Macbeth. Not that it makes much of a difference, but this is relating to Dr. Buckwalter's model and model outputs.
Okay, it'll be admitted over your noted objection, Mr. Rankin. Next slide. And this is, my understanding is you object to this because it has the written in comments that weren't on the original.
Correct. I don't mind the calculations that were done, but I don't know a basis or foundation for that. And if it's merely meant to be representative of Mr. West's testimony, which is already in the record, and is more accurate because it includes the range of historical values, then I don't see the purpose of this, and I can't verify as I sit here right now.
Okay, well, at best, I'd interpret your objection as cumulative of what the witness said. So that goes to the weight. This slide will be admitted. Next. Okay, this one was admitted. Next. And my understanding is you object to this one as well, Mr. Rankin, basically because it's cumulative of other exhibits.
That's correct.
All right, it'll be admitted over that objection. And then the next three are the rock facies. All right, so I'm sorry, refresh my recollection on why you object to these.
Sure. These were directed, these are petrophysical issues. I have no problem with Mr. Waymar crossing Goodnight's witnesses who did not prepare the petrophysical analysis on this for their basis for relying on Dr. Davidson and probing them on that. However, I don't have the foundation for the creation of these documents, and I do think it was more appropriate, should have been at least directed to Dr. Davidson. If he was challenging the basis for the petrophysics, these should have been directed at least to Dr. Davidson to establish on a petrophysical basis what they mean. Instead, he used them against a geologist and a reservoir engineer. And my point is, like, if he wants to establish the validity, reliability of these as representative of ops geologics analysis or whether they're even reasonable, they should have been directed to a petrophysical expert. Instead, he avoided that and used them against other folks who don't have that expertise. Now, if it's fair to use them for cross, I have no problem with that. But my point is simply that it's not a basis for laying a foundation for admission. And for that reason, they should be not admitted.
Okay, and that, I take it that objection goes to all three of those slides.
Yeah.
Let me have a brief response from you, Mr. Waymar.
Again, Mr. Knights and Mr. Macbeth testified to their understanding of the information communicated. None of them said, we don't understand it, we disagree with it. There was none of that. They testified at length about it and identified no inaccuracy in it. And again, we don't have a rebuttal case. If he wants these super formalities, we just don't have that format here. And to Mr. Moender's goose and gander, these are appropriate under what happened yesterday.
Okay, well, you know, the criticism that these were used with the wrong witness, you know, that you can certainly make that argument, Mr. Rankin. I think that goes to the weight and not the admissibility of these exhibits. And, you know, you can make the argument that the commission should disregard them because they were brought up with the wrong witness. I'm going to admit those three exhibits. That takes us to the last objected one, the economic sensitivity slide. Okay, and all right, and again, this was used with at least one of the witnesses in the case, and so there's testimony about all this information that's in the slide, is there not, Mr. Rankin?
Well, I think I'd have to go back and review exactly what Mr. Macbeth said. I think he said he didn't know, hadn't seen these, and so he hadn't run the model, so he doesn't know, he can't represent to the veracity or validity of these numbers, is my recollection. He was asked about them. He was queried on them. I do believe he said he didn't know because he didn't have the model. These were, my point, again, is that they're attempting to back in information and testimony that they failed to put in on the direct case. And that's my point about this, and it's improper. And if you know, Mr. Macbeth addressed issues in his rebuttal, and there was no discussion up until this cross exhibit from them about the need or desire to put anything else in the record. And so they're trying to back this in at the last minute to bolster their economic case. And I think that's inappropriate.
So this was used as a demonstrative exhibit with Mr. Macbeth. Is that right?
Yes, you're correct. We went through all of these columns and rows with Mr. Macbeth in detail.
All right. All right. Well, I'm going to give this one to Mr. Rankin. It's cumulative of whatever testimony was elicited from the witness with respect to this. So we won't admit this economic sensitivity. That'll be excluded.
May I make an alternative motion? I respect the decision. May we alternatively request that this be appended to the record as a demonstrative exhibit, not an exhibit accepted for the accuracy of its context, but a demonstrative exhibit to assist those reviewing the flat testimonial record.
Well, that's a very creative motion. I've never heard it before. I've never seen it entertained. I mean, the reason it's a demonstrative exhibit is it's not made part of the record in any way, shape, or form. I mean, there's a distinction between demonstrative aids and exhibits that have enough of a foundation to be made part of the record. So motion denied. Nice try.
Thank you.
Anything else? It's 9:47. Do we have any other preliminary matters?
I think we have another matter, but I prefer to bring it up at another time. I think
we need to bring it up now. Last night, after conferring per the commission's request and we reached a tentative agreement on time. That was retraded. And after it being retraded, we agreed to that. And now last night, after we all made stipulations on the record in terms of buckets of time to allow this to be concluded on Wednesday with time for commission questions and time for closing argument, there's yet another attempt to retrade to put more time into the Goodnight bucket. We object strongly to that. Why we have to retrade. The stipulations could not have been clearer in terms of the time buckets. And so that's what he's alluding to. And we object to any more time being moved around.
Mr. Rankin.
we can address it. So it's absolutely correct. We had understood something different than we thought we had reached an agreement on. So when we sent an email over, and maybe Mr. Jurgensen can put up the spreadsheet that shows what we thought we intended. And the bottom line is here, Mr. Hearing Officer, is we are asking for 1 additional hour so that we can cross OCD's witness. What we had proposed to council in our email exchange was time for Goodnight to do is direct and redirect. We did not, unfortunately, understand or apprehend that what this was going to do was going to limit our time to actually cross OCD's witness. I made that realization yesterday as I was considering what was sent over, and I raised the issue with Mr. Waymar yesterday. I said, "Hey, Mr. Waymar, considering this is our understanding." Is it also your understanding? He said, no, it is not. I do not agree. We asked for an additional hour. And after yesterday, understanding from the hearing officer that we had actually undercalculated the amount of time even through Wednesday, and we had some additional time on Thursday, I didn't think it would be a substantial issue to ask for 1 additional hour to make sure we had a fair opportunity to cross OCD's witnesses. So that's where it stands. We just asked for an additional hour, did not adjust in any way or affect Empire's time or any of the other parties' time. We just wanted a little more time to make sure we had time to cross OCD's witness.
May I respond very briefly?
Briefly.
Yep. So again, first and foremost, the commission needs to be able to ask its questions. Those are the most important questions, and those have been the most focused and relevant questions. The reason we're in this time crunch is the result of incredibly meandering cross-examinations that looked far more like depositions than a cross-examination. You've seen Empire's cross-examinations have been to the point and tight. And if let's just reality check this time that we've got left. He has 2 witnesses today, Preston McGuire on Monday, which is likely to go into Tuesday. OCD has at least 1 witness, possibly 2. This is an effort to we agreed to buckets and work within the buckets and allowing sufficient time for commission questions. There's no way we're going to get this done with an opportunity for the closing arguments by monkeying with the time.
Okay, I'm going to hold you both to the times you specified. What I have here is Empire agreed to a total of 13 and a half hours. Goodnight agreed to a total of 7.5 hours and 1.5 hours cumulative between OCD, Rice, and Pilot for a total of 22.5 hours. I'm going to hold you all to that. There's a reason for it, and we're just going to have to work within those time constraints.
Mr. Hearing Officer understood, and I just want to make sure Mr. Miranda understands that, because I don't think he understood. I don't think Mr. Waymire understood that this agreement was limiting OCD's ability to put on its case, and that would be the effect of this agreement.
And I want to make my position clear. We as part of the stipulation, we said that those buckets were plus OCD having reasonable time. So absolutely, we do not contend that they were in that bucket. My understanding is that the quote unquote reasonable time they're asking for is 1.25. And of course, we have no problem with that.
Mr. Moander, what I have written down here is 1.5 hours for others, which would be you, Rice, and Pilot.
And from my perspective, in order to get this moving forward, it is highly likely I'm withdrawing one of my witnesses because I don't think they are going to do anything for any of the parties or the commission. That would leave my primary expert, Mr. Getz. I think I've demonstrated I tend to be in and out with witnesses, and on my directs are frankly no different. I would anticipate a maximum of an hour on my direct, and I may even be able to shorten that down with quick motions to admit, resumes and things like that in order to expedite. Also addressing my anticipation on cross, despite the fact the next 3 Goodnight witnesses have significant things to say to OCD, I would be shocked if I end up taking a total of 90 minutes across all 3 of them. I don't intend to spend lots of time, wrestling on nuance and stuff like that. I've got some points I want to get in and score, and that's it. So I will be running, I think, a tighter ship than anybody thus far. Easy for me to do with one witness. So I think the bigger concern here is going to be the cross examinations. I'm not clear on what Empire may want to do with Mr. Getz. My suspicion is it'll be somewhat limited. And then Goodnight will likely want some extensive time with Mr. Getz. And if I were a betting man, which I'm not, Dr. Empoma is eagerly looking forward to having an in-depth and lengthy discussion with Mr. Getz.
Okay, well, I didn't hear any objection from OCD or the interveners yesterday to the 1.5 hours.
Yeah, and I'm not
to
objecting.
others. So I'm going to hold you to the same agreement. You guys agreed to the timeframes yesterday. Those are going to be the timeframes.
Thank you.
Absent truly extraordinary or extenuating circumstances, and hopefully there won't be any. Anything further from the parties?
Not from Empire.
Nothing from Goodnight. Thank you.
All right.
Nothing from OCD either.
Thank you. Rice?
Nothing from Rice.
Pilot?
Nothing from Rice, just to know that any questions that Pilot may ask are going to be pretty limited, probably to just one witness, and probably no more than 5 minutes, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay, thanks for the heads up. Your next witness, Mr. Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Next witness is Mr. Thomas Tomastik.
Good morning, Mr. Tomastik.
Good morning.
You know the drill. If you'll raise your right hand, please. You swear and affirm the testimony you give here before the commission today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
All right. Mr. Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Mr. Tomastik, will you please state your name for the record?
Thomas E. Tomastik.
And by whom are you employed in what capacity?
I'm employed by ALL Consulting. I am Chief Geologist and Regulatory Specialist.
Have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, approximately 6 to 8 times.
And are you familiar with the application filed by Goodnight in these consolidated cases?
Yes,
And you're familiar with the applications filed by Empire seeking to revoke Goodnight's existing saltwater disposal wells?
yes,
And is your education and background included as an exhibit to your written direct testimony?
yes,
And does it outline that you have a background and expertise in Safe Drinking Water Act, underground injection control program and permitting,
yes,
and regulation of saltwater disposal wells,
yes,
as well as carbon sequestration and groundwater and fluid migration and carbonate systems?
yes,
And you also have expertise in evaluation of geochemistry issues as it pertains to scaling and corrosion in oil and gas and injection operations.
yes,
Have you conducted a study of the history of production and operations at the EMSU?
yes,
And have you conducted a study of the water encroachment from the edge water around the EMSU and past and current geochemistry in and around the EMSU?
yes,
And are you familiar with scaling issues in treatment in Class 2 injection wells generally?
yes,
And in fact, were you not previously a regulator for the state of Ohio overseeing Class 2 injection operations?
yes,
Have you also conducted analysis of the history and factors affecting scaling and corrosion in and around the EMSU?
yes,
And have you prepared written and rebuttal testimony in exhibits that are marked as Exhibit C and Exhibits C1 through C27?
yes,
Were the exhibits prepared by you or compiled under your direction and supervision?
yes,
And any corrections or changes to the testimony or exhibits that were filed?
no,
Do you adopt the testimony as your self-affirmed statement and rebuttal statement that are marked as Exhibit C as your
Yes.
sworn testimony today?
yes,
Mr. Hearing Officer, I would tender Mr. Tomastik as an expert witness in petroleum geology, underground injection control permitting of groundwater and injection wells, and has been previously qualified as an expert in these fields before the commission.
Any objection from Empire?
No objection.
OCD,
No objection.
Rice,
No objection.
Pilot,
No objection.
he'll be so recognized.
Mr. Hearing Officer, I would also at this time move the admission into evidence of Mr. Tomastik's direct testimony and rebuttal testimony and is attached to Exhibits C1 through C21.
Empire,
No objection.
OCD,
No objection.
Rice,
No objection.
Pilot,
No objection.
they'll be admitted.
Mr. Tomastik, have you been present for or did you listen to the summary testimony and cross-examinations and redirect of the witnesses in this proceeding?
yes,
Do you hear the direct testimony and cross that has been conducted to date of Goodnight's own witnesses as well?
yes,
And did you prepare summary slides reflecting your up-to-date opinions, including any additional opinions formed as a result of hearing that testimony and cross-examination?
yes,
And did you prepare some slides providing an overview of your testimony and conclusions?
yes,
Mr. Tomastik, I'll go ahead and share my screen. If you would just walk through at a very high level each of these slides so we understand. I'll direct you as we walk through them what your opinions are and how they relate to your testimony. This first one, just give us an overview of what topics you addressed, Goodnight asked you to address in your testimony.
yes. It's basically addressing the issues of disagreement, water encroachment, fractures and carbonate rocks, geochemistry, corrosion issues, the existence of the ROZ, the allegations that the St. Andreas SWDs were in communication with the Capitan Reef, the monitoring wells in the Capitan Reef near the EMSU, well integrity issues and regulatory concerns and conclusions.
Okay. Next slide here, I think gives you into the first topic of discussion, edgewater encroachment into the EMSU. Just give us a brief overview of the research you did and the evaluation of the history of this issue in the EMSU.
Basically, I researched all of the historical publications, both published by the Bureau of Mines and the New Mexico Bureau of Mines and Geologic Survey. There's been documentation since the 1930s of water encroachment into the EMSU. There's also states that it's both a solution gas drive and a partial water drive. You have Chevron publications from the 1990s and 2000s that continue to show water encroachment from the west and southwest. There is very strong evidence that there's water encroachment from the Goat Seep Aquifer, which is part of the Capitan Reef complex, into the Grayberg Formation when the Grayberg production created a cone of depression. The fracture systems in the Grayberg and the carbonate rocks do not extend hundreds of feet from Goodnight's injectional wells into the Grayberg. There's documented evidence of high water flows in the Penrose Zone 1 that Chevron documented. There is no real evidence showing plumes of water coming up from the San Andreas, and there's no communication for hundreds of feet through those formations. Additionally, there's historic publication documentation of wells being drilled deeper into the San Andreas in the 1930s. One document indicates at least 500 feet into the San Andreas.
Before I leave the slide, Mr. Tomasic, real quick, on the third to last slide, we talk about Chevron documented high water flows. Explain to me the significance of that finding and how it relates to regulatory concerns about containment of any ROZ project in the Grayberg and also potential additional source of water in the EMSU.
Yes, the EMSU number 139 was one of the ones that was on the bubble map Mr. West presented, with over 1 million barrels of water produced. And I was able to find a sundry notice that indicated that Chevron had shown that the water influx was coming through the Penrose Zone 1, which is indicative of water migration higher up and no confinement. That actually goes back to the 2000 Chevron order that was asked for the pressure increase that was objected to due to alleged migration of water flood fluid moving off location and into the shallower reservoirs.
What does this next slide show, and how does it relate to your analysis about the encroachment of edgewater into the EMSU?
This was a rebuttal exhibit for Mr. West, N18, and what I've highlighted is it shows both actually from Dr. Lindsay's testimony exhibit that there is edgewater coming in from the Goat Seep and into the Grayberg Reservoir. That's well documented, both by those experts.
Mm-hmm. Explain to us what this next slide shows, especially pointing out the red arrows and what it relates to in terms of your opinion about vertical migration of fluids.
This is an example, and I've done extensive work when I was with the Ohio Department of Natural Resources during groundwater investigations of fractured carbonate rocks. And what is very evident that I've learned and experienced over my career doing hundreds of groundwater investigations related to fractured carbonate rocks is fluid migration vertically moves upward, but then hits bedding planes that serve as horizontal barriers to flow. As you can see in this photograph, the red arrows are pointing to water actually flowing out horizontally from a bedding plane that's actually indicating that it's a barrier to continued flow upwards. You can see typically driving in the highway along outcrops, if you look at the rocks or the road cuts, you can see water flowing out of the rocks when it's rained, or icicles are typically horizontally indicating that that's where the barrier to the flow has stopped. So and Mr. Knights testified to this, that bedding planes serve as a barrier to vertical flow.
And that would include both tight rock, low vertical permeability rock, and also very high permeability rock intervals. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What does this next slide show, and explain what it relates to your analysis about the potential for containment within the EMSU of an ROZ and potential source of additional water into the EMSU?
Yeah, this is the Chevron sundry notice that I referenced on my slide before, of the high water flows from the Penrose Zone 1 in EMSU 139 that was documented in 1988. Chevron basically said this well is a candidate for a liner due to high water production from the Penrose Zone 1. And that's one of the wells that was on Mr. West's bubble map that showed water production over 1 million barrels.
This next slide here, I think we're moving to a new topic. If you would just give the commission an overview of what you have to say here about geochemistry issues and potential corrosion and scaling issues in the EMSU.
So basically, the corrosion and scaling issues have been documented in the EMSU since the 1940s. There's documentation that the Grayburg oil itself is sour oil with sulfur contained in it. There's chemistry data, both from 1966 that shows hydrogen sulfide levels that are fairly high in the Grayburg, which is a well-known corrosive agent. There's also been with the injection of the 340 million barrels of St. Andreas water for makeup water for the water flood has increased the corrosion and scaling issues in the EMSU water flood. Chevron did extensive chemical analysis of this data in the early 1990s, and they clearly showed variability in chemistry changes, not only in chlorides and sulfide concentrations from year to year, which shows that there's no geochemical fingerprinting constituent that can be used in EMSU, especially not chloride concentrations. Chevron and XTO had extensive geochemical treatment programs to try to address the scaling issues and the corrosion. Empire has really provided very little detail of any kind of chemical treatment program, and they provided no physical evidence, photographs, documents showing corrosion of downhole equipment, wellheads, fittings, pipelines, or pumping equipment that allegedly was caused by injection operations at Goodnight.
Mr. Tomasik, before I leave the slide, I want to make sure something is very clear. I'm going to ask you two questions. It's your understanding, based on the representation at the time the water flood was filed with the commission, that the applicant represented to the commission that the source of water flood water in the St. Andreas was in fact compatible with the Grayburg Formation fluids. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then subsequently, was it represented in published papers that the St. Andreas water was known, in fact, to be incompatible with the Grayburg, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, as a result of that incompatibility, what did that relate? Did that give rise to the scaling that Chevron encountered during its operations and subsequent?
It furthered the corrosion and scaling problem that they were already addressing.
Okay, thank you. This next slide here addresses your overview of the ROZ issue. If you just give a brief overview of, in your opinion, what the evidence shows about a potential for an ROZ here.
Yep. Basically, XTO drilled several wells in 2005 as an effort to produce the St. Andreas oil. All three wells swabbed uneconomic and not paying quantities of oil. Additionally, none of the 6 water supply wells that Chevron drilled that were swabbed and pumped, any oil was reported to be from those tests. In fact, no oil has been reported or documented during the withdrawal of at least 340 million barrels of makeup water from the St. Andreas since the 1980s. And pumping the St. Andreas would have been a primary oil production attempt. This is not a greenfields ROZ. It has been produced and basically very minor, if any, oil was documented being produced. And the depressurization of the St. Andreas during that time of dewatering would have had to produce some oil if it was mobile at that point. And there's no indications of any accumulations of economic or paying quantities of oil.
On to the next topic here, Mr. Tomasik. This next slide provides an overview of your analysis and opinions regarding the potential for communication between Goodnight's disposal zone and the overlying formation and reservoir. Would you please review your determinations as to that topic?
Yes. Basically, publications by multiple authors clearly shows the St. Andreas is not in geologic or hydrogeologic communication with the Capitan Reef complex. The eastern section of the reef, based on Lewis Land's recent work, shows that concentrations are above 10,000 total dissolved solids, so it's not a underground source of drinking water, a USDW. The existence of a Hobbs channel is seriously in doubt as a geologic feature or a hydrodynamic feature that was first identified by HIS basing on chloride concentrations that were improperly contoured and then cited in Wilson and Holland's Groundwater Protection Association 1984 publication. They again was based on chlorides. There was no actual groundwater measurements of or potentiometric surface mapping to determine subsurface groundwater flow direction. And Jones in 2016 basically shows his elimination of the Hobbs Channel. And the Capitan Reef Complex is in communication with the Grayburg and possibly the Penrose, but not in communication with the San Andreas injection zone of Goodnight's wells.
And in fact, Mr. Tomastic, Empire's experts agree on this point, correct?
Yes.
Next slide here relates to your comment about our analysis or the Jones work. Just briefly explain what this shows with respect to the Jones paper in 2016.
Yes, this is from OCD exhibit number 19. And this is from the Jones paper. As we can see on the left, there is flow up at the top right towards Hobbs, which is what they were calling the Hobbs Channel of HIS in 1980. And then Jones altered that after the development of the Pecos River Complex and changed that flow direction in the groundwater, basically eliminating the Hobbs Channel as a geologic or hydrodynamic feature.
And then this next comment addresses some aspects of OCD's proposal for monitoring. If you would just give us a brief overview of your opinion about what the fluid levels reflect in terms of potential communication with the San Andreas based on the pressures you've evaluated.
Basically, in 1966, the United States Geologic Survey took over and plugged back a number of existing deep oil and gas wells, plugging them back into the Capitan Reef Complex to perform fluid level monitoring. Basically, they monitored the fluid levels from about 1966 to 1980. Then the monitoring ceased, and then they did come back and start monitoring again in 2012 to 2017. But there was no indication that there was communication between the Capitan Reef Complex and the Goodnight San Andreas SWDs.
Okay. Next slide here, Mr. Tomastic, relates to your assessment of the potential for the EMSU to qualify for CO2 injection based on the existence of the wellbores, quality of the wellbores, and whether any of the geology would suffice to seal the CO2 in place, correct?
Yes.
Just give us a brief overview of your assessment.
So basically, I looked at the regulatory issues, looked at a lot of well files, sundry notices, Chevron's published papers in 1991, 1996, and 1998. There's a number of documented casing and liner leaks, cement squeeze jobs, fluid migration to the surface, historic frac jobs, plug backs to shallow reservoirs, into the Queen, the Yates. And it clearly shows that there's well integrity issues, which I'll just talk about a little bit more on the next slide coming up. The injection of CO2 becomes far greater risk through migration into the underground sources of drinking water into the surface with injection of CO2 versus the injection of fluid. CO2, after it reaches a depth of less than 2,600 feet, it goes from supercritical fluid to a gas. Gas obviously having a greater affinity to migrate to the USDWs and to the surface. And Empire has not identified what confining zones they're going to have to prevent vertical migration of CO2 out of the RAWs that potentially could impact the underground sources of drinking water, which is the primary goal of the underground injection control program.
Next slide here, just give us a brief overview of what this shows relating to your concerns about potential for well integrity issues across the EMSU.
So this is from Chevron Tracy Love's et al. 1998 SPE paper. And this is us showing some of the conformance focus issues they've had. There's a list of 26 wells on this little chart here. 22 of the wells have showed squeeze jobs, acid communications with other parts of the formation behind pipe, integrity issues, leaks. This becomes a serious concern when you're going from water flooding to CO2 tertiary injection. The integrity, the fact that CO2 is going to be corrosive, not only to steel pipe, but also to Portland cements, presents a higher risk for loss of integrity and confinement into the injection interval.
And Mr. Tomastik, as it relates to Empire's proposal, whether it's a continuous CO2 injection or a WAG, is there a difference in your opinion about the concerns with the quality of these wells, whether it's WAG or continuous CO2?
No.
Give us an overview of your conclusions based on your assessment and evaluation.
So basically, water encroachment is well documented, coming from the Goat Seep, the Capitan Reef complex. There's no proof of vertical fracturing communication between the Grayburg and the San Andreas SWDs of Goodnight that would have needed to exceed hundreds of feet of vertical height to reach the Grayburg saltwater disposal zones. Dr. Lindsay testified the maximum vertical height he saw in the core was 1 to 3 feet. I've gone back and looked at Dr. Lindsay's PhD dissertation of his outcrop photos from the Guadalupe Mountains of showing hundreds of feet of Grayburg and St. Andreas exposure in the rocks. And there is no evidence of hundreds of feet of vertical fracture extension at the surface, where actually fractures are more likely to be open, whereas in the subsurface, fractures are tended to be closed or mineralized with secondary mineralization. Corrosion has been historically documented in the MSU. There's been no evidence provided by Empire that the corrosion of injection from Goodnight's SWDs has caused any corrosion issues. They provided no documentation or evidence of corrosion. Their chlorides, and I've dealt with chloride injection across the United States. Chlorides is not a viable corrosion issue as much as CO2 or microbial bacteria corrosion or hydrogen sulfide corrosion or barium sulfide scale formations. Additionally, Goodnight treats all of their injection fluids with a very robust treatment system that's documented in my self-affirmed statement. On the ROZ, we've had no confirmation of paying quantities of oil, even though 340 million barrels of water have been withdrawn and depressurized the formation. We would have expected some kind of oil production. Injection operations by Goodnight in the St. Andreas in their injection zone is not in communication with the Capitan Reef complex, and it's well documented on the eastern portion of the Capitan Reef that the total dissolved solids exceed 10,000 milligrams per liter, so they're not a USDW. The well integrity issues in the EMSU are well documented, and if CO2 injection occurs, they prevent far greater risk to CO2 migrating out of the ROZ injection zone, converting to gas and potentially contaminating underground sources of drinking water and possibly reaching the surface.
Thank you, Mr. Tomastik. Mr. Hearing Officer, I have no further questions of Mr. Tomastik and make him available for cross-examination.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rankin. It's almost 10:20 a.m. Let's take our morning break and come back at 10:35.
Thanks.
Ms. Apodaca, are we good in the back?
Yes, we are.
Madam Court Reporter, are your fingers rested? You ready to go?
I am.
All right, let's go back on the record.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you. Mr. Waymeyer, I see you in the front row. I'm assuming that means you'll be handling this cross-examination.
It will be Miss Hardy.
Oh, Ms. Hardy, okay,
Yes.
take it away, Ms. Hardy.
Ms. Shaheen
All
doesn't
right,
like
we
to
are
drag.
back on the record. The time is 10:30. Y'all are an hour behind, right? Yeah, 10:35 a.m.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Tomastik.
Hello.
I just want to be sure that it's very clear for the record what you are testifying about and what your background is. You don't have a degree in any type of engineering, correct?
I do not have a degree in engineering, but I've done a lot of petroleum engineering work in my career.
Okay. And if you would just answer the question I've asked, I think this will go faster. You're not licensed as an engineer in any state, are you?
No,
And you don't have the ability to stamp documents with a professional engineering stamp, do you?
no,
And you've never been qualified as an expert in petroleum engineering by any tribunal, correct?
no,
And your work as a petroleum geologist focuses on injection wells, correct?
no. I've done geologic work and groundwater investigations, injection wells. I drilled 26 oil and gas wells in the 80s. I converted 6 wells to class 2 injection. I've pumped wells, I've plumbed up wellheads, so I've done about every aspect of the oil and gas industry in my career.
And let me just share then your CV that is attached to your testimony. Because I've looked at the matters that it includes. And I'm looking, do you see my screen?
Yes,
Here, starting at page 2, you list relevant experience, correct?
yes, that's my last relevant experience in my over 10 years with AL Consulting. My other experience below that is 25 and a half years with the Ohio Department of Natural Resources Division of Oil and Gas, and then 6 years as a consulting geologist, drilling and completing oil and gas wells and converting wells to injection in Ohio.
And Mr. Tomastik, I'm scrolling through here and I think, going from about page 2 to page 13 of your CV, you list relevant experience, correct?
Yes,
And I've actually looked at those and I think everything but about 5 of them relates to injection. Is that fair?
a lot of it does, yes.
Okay. And you've never worked on an enhanced oil recovery project in New Mexico, have you?
No,
And you've never been the lead geologist on a carbon sequestration project, have you?
not a lead geologist, but I've been involved on a national level since about 2005 with all the major oil companies, and also was instrumental with the major companies working with US EPA.
Mr. Tomastik, I'm going to jump in here and I'm going to move to strike that. My question was, you've never been the lead geologist on a carbon sequestration project. And I
No.
think your answer is yes, correct?
I'm not, no.
Okay, thank you. And none of the matters identified on your CV involve development of a residual oil zone, correct?
Correct,
And you've never worked on any residual oil zones anywhere, correct?
correct.
You've never been involved in converting a waterflood project to a CO2 project, have you?
I regulated and permitted a huff and puff that Mr. Meltzer was involved with in Ohio back in the mid 2000s.
Okay. And do you remember when you were deposed in this case?
Yes,
And that was on December 10th, 2024?
yes,
Okay. And let's look at page 6 here of your testimony, starting at line 18, and I'm going to read this. The question is, have you ever been involved in a conversion from water flood to CO2? And your answer was no. Did I read that correctly?
yes. I've not been involved, but I permitted one.
Okay, thank you. And you've never designed a water flood, have you?
No,
As a geologist, you're not giving opinions here on economics, are you?
No,
Okay. You've testified for Goodnight in all of its New Mexico SWD hearings, correct?
yes,
You're familiar with New Mexico laws, rules, and regulations that apply to injection wells, correct?
yes,
And wouldn't that include division and commission orders that govern injection and production in the area where an injection well will be located?
that was typically not my part of work on completing C-108s. Typically Nate Allman or Oliver Seekins would have done that kind of work.
Let's talk for a minute about your involvement in this case. You consulted with Preston McGuire in preparing your testimony, correct?
Excuse me?
You consulted with Preston McGuire in preparing your testimony that you've submitted, correct?
I've had discussions with both the attorneys and Preston McGuire, but Preston McGuire did not, basically write any of my testimony, no.
Well, you consulted with him, didn't you?
I had discussions with him, yes,
Okay. And Mr. McGuire is employed by Goodnight, correct?
yes.
And you met with him 3 to 5 times about your testimony, right?
I don't know how many times, several.
And he reviewed drafts of your testimony and gave you input, correct?
My drafts went through the attorneys, so I don't know.
And let me just pull up here. In here, and I'm looking at page 13 of your deposition testimony. Starting at line 10, you stated that you had meetings with Mr. McGuire, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
with the attorneys.
Right. And then here at line 19, you stated that you probably met with them 3 to 5 times, correct?
That's probably accurate.
Okay. And then you go on to state that you submitted drafts of your statement for approval and discussion, right?
Yes,
Okay. Okay. And how many times have you talked with Mr. McGuire since you submitted your testimony?
several.
You don't have a range?
No,
You didn't do any original work on the geology in this case, did you?
no,
You didn't prepare any cross sections, correct?
no,
You relied on information you received from Mr. McGuire, correct?
yes,
And you didn't do any independent evaluation regarding whether there is a residual oil zone within the San Andres in the MSU, did you?
no.
Let's talk about your opinions a little bit on water encroachment. And I want to pull up the slide that you showed earlier during your summary. I believe it is your slide number 6. Can you see that there? Let me
Yes.
kind of enlarge it. Okay. Okay. And my understanding of your summary was
Can we go
that
off the
this.
record?
I'm sorry, what was it?
Can we go off the record?
The court reporter wants to go off the record.
Okay, Madam Court Reporter, what's going on?
Having tech issues, it's not registering any volume or language. It just
So she's
stopped
having
listening.
her technical issues,
Oh.
but
Okay,
I apologize. We are off the record at 10:44. Give me 1 second. Let me see what I can do. Why this is happening. Testing audio, testing audio. Okay.
We can barely hear you, Madam Court Reporter.
You can barely hear me? Okay.
Not really. No, not really.
Is that better?
Not much.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. And my volume is registering again as well.
All right, great.
All right, let me get us back on the record. We are back on the record. The time is 10:46 a.m.
You want to repeat that question, Ms. Hardy, please?
I'm not sure what I think he answered
did-
my last
Yeah,
question.
you didn't ask when you were bringing this
Okay.
up.
All right. And go ahead, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Mr. Tomasic, during your summary, you testified regarding this slide 6 that I have pulled up here that references the 139 well, the MC 139. And I think my understanding of your testimony was that it shows evidence of high water flows from the Penrose, right?
Correct.
And I think you referenced the bubble map that was provided by Mr. West
Correct.
and the location of the 139 well.
Yes.
Okay. And my understanding was that you were stating that this 139 well was located in the middle of the bubble map and shows high water flows from the Penrose. Is that correct?
I did not say where it was located. I said it based on my recollection of writing down the information from the bubble map of Mr. West's testimony that well produced over 1 million barrels of water.
Okay. And this document here, it's difficult to read, but it looks like, I guess you can see it there at the bottom. The date is 1988, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show Mr. West's bubble map, which has been admitted into evidence. And if you look here, the 139 well is over here, where I'm denoting with my cursor. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then the 239 well is here more in the center where I'm now marking with my cursor. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the 139 is located to the west, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Empire has agreed, hasn't it, that there is some Edgewater migration to the
Yes.
east? Okay.
Ms. Hardy, just for my benefit, which exhibit was this that was admitted? I don't recall the number.
I actually don't have the number off the
Okay.
top of my head, Mr. Rankin, but it was in Mr. West's redirect.
Okay.
Thank you. In your testimony, and I can pull that up if you'd like, at page 8, you state there was a low porosity and low permeability barrier at the top of the St. Andreas, correct?
Yes.
You didn't actually pick the top of the St. Andreas, did you?
No.
You relied on Preston McGuire's pick?
Yes.
Isn't it true that in some locations, Goodnight has determined that the top of the St. Andreas is below the Lovington Sand?
I really didn't evaluate that. I was evaluating confinement of their injection zone and whether there was a confining interval above the injection interval.
And at your deposition, you stated that you'd never heard of the Lovington Sand, correct?
That's true.
And you state in your filed testimony that there's no evidence of vertical fractures extending from the Grayberg into the St. Andreas, correct?
I said there is no evidence of it extending hundreds of feet from the Grayberg into Goodnight saltwater injection zone.
Okay, and here I've pulled up page. No, oh, it's.
Madam Court Reporter, are we having issues? Okay.
Okay, thank you. That seems to be resolved now. Mr. Tomastik, I've pulled up your direct testimony and I'm looking at page 8 here. And you state there is no evidence of vertical fractures extending from the Grayberg into the San Andreas and no evidence of fluids migrating between the formations. Is that what your testimony states?
That was my original self-affirmed statement, yes.
Okay. And you didn't do a geomechanical fracture study in this case, did you?
No,
Regarding chemistry and corrosion, you don't have a degree in chemistry, correct?
no,
And have you ever been responsible for a chemical program in a producing field?
I have worked with a number of my clients and with ChemTreat. ChemTreat is the second largest chemical treatment company in the United States and has been involved in the oil and gas industry since probably 2015, 2016, and have worked with them with a number of clients, helping them develop a treatment program to ensure that the injection fluids are not causing downhole plugging or scaling issues or corrosion.
Have you ever done a geochemical fingerprinting analysis?
I've done analysis, and I've done groundwater sampling analysis when I was at the Ohio Division of Oil and Gas. So I'm aware of sampling protocols, chain of custody commands, and have reviewed and finger pointed when I do have a constituent that can be used as a fingerprinting mechanism.
So is the answer to my question, yes, that you have done a geochemical fingerprinting analysis or that you haven't?
I have not done a laboratory geofingerprinting analysis, but I have testified on geochemical fingerprinting in the K&H Partners litigation from several years ago.
Okay. And you didn't obtain a geochemical fingerprinting analysis here, did you?
I did no sampling, no.
Okay. Goodnight is injecting produced water from the Delaware Basin into the San Andreas, correct?
Yes,
And the water is from other leases, correct?
yes,
And formations other than the San Andreas.
yes,
And those include the Bone Spring and the Wolf Camp, right?
yes.
The produced water would include frac fluid, wouldn't it?
It would be some intermixing of frac fluids.
And the TDS of the injected water is higher than the San Andreas Formation water, correct?
Yes,
And Goodnight's injected water also has higher salinity than the San Andreas water, correct?
yes.
Your testimony doesn't discuss strontium sulfate scale, does it?
No,
And you didn't perform a water compatibility study, did you?
no.
Are you aware that Goodnight had to rework its Rhino well?
I think it's been brought up somewhere in testimony, but I'm not familiar with it. No,
So you don't know whether that reworking was necessary due to scale?
I do not know.
Regarding the existence of the San Andreas residual oil zone, paragraph 64 of your testimony states the water supply wells would have produced oil if a RAWS exist in the San Andreas, correct?
Typically, when you've depressurized a reservoir to the point where gas starts coming out of solution, some oil is produced. And I actually used an example from Oklahoma, from the Hunton limestone, where they've actually had depressurized a reservoir and then produced hundreds of thousands of barrels of water a day and started making oil from that zone after the fact. So you would expect to see some movable oil from the depressurization of the ROZ when you withdrew 340 million barrels of water out of the reservoir.
Okay. And you have no idea whether there is a ROS at the top of the St. Andreas, do you?
I've not looked into that, no.
Okay. And I think as you've already testified, you've never been involved in a tertiary recovery project to produce a ROS, correct?
No.
And regarding the Hunt and limestone that you just mentioned, and that is mentioned here in your testimony, that didn't involve a ROS, did it?
I'm not aware if it did or not. I didn't look at that.
And regarding your testimony and your summary on well integrity issues in the MSU, again, you're not an engineer, correct?
No.
Let me just pull up the slide I wanted to ask you about. Here, and I'm looking here at your slide 13. And before I ask you about that, isn't it true that a professional engineer stamp would be required for a Class 2 injection well design?
Some states, lots of states do not require Class 1 injection, and some states do require, or Class 6. But a lot of states, New Mexico does not require a P stamp on a Class 2 application.
Okay. And here on your slide 13, you have no idea what well reworking would be done to convert the wells in the MSU to a CO2 project, do you?
I have not seen Empire's plan for reworking of the wells in the EMSU.
Okay. And regarding this slide, I think you testified earlier that this is from the Love SPE paper, correct?
Correct.
And the Love paper addresses conformance issues in the top 2 zones in the Grayburg, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you've never managed an EOR project, right?
No.
And isn't it, or do you know if whether in an EOR project, it's necessary to do squeeze work to divert flow as part of conformance work?
That does occur, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Tomastik.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hardy, OCD, cross-examination for Mr. Tomastik.
OCD has no questions for this witness and will pass the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Beck for Rice.
No questions.
All right, Mr. Suazo for Pilot.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer, I do have a few questions for Mr. Tomastik.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Tomastik. My name is Miguel Suazo. I'm representing Pilot Water. And I would just like to kind of clarify some of the information in your slides with regard to the Hobbs channel. And as I understood your slides, your testimony today is that there is communication between the Capitan Reef and the Hobbs channel?
No, my testimony is saying that based on the published works of Jones, or I think it was Jones, yes, 2016, his figures show the elimination of the Hobbs channel, which is basically the 2 arrows coming out at the top of the northwest of that figure, with the development of the Pecos River system, that outflow no longer existed. Basically, his work in 1976 and 1980 was done mapping chloride concentrations from multiple reservoirs, including the San Andreas, Glorieta, Queen. I mean, there was multiple formations, and the contouring was not done based on standard geologic principles for contouring. And chloride concentrations have nothing to do with groundwater flow direction. So there's only been really 2 publications, the Hiss work and then the work done by Holland and the other author in 1984 regarding the existence of the quote unquote Hobbs channel. It's not documented in any geologic or hydrogeologic or hydrodynamic publication as a unique geologic feature.
Okay. So then if there's no Hobbs Channel, there clearly can't be communication between the Hobbs and the Capitan Reef. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you look beyond, the Hobbs to other, places where there might be communication like the JAL?
No, I did not.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions for this witness, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Suazo. All right, why don't we start with the remote commission members? Mr. Lampkin, questions for Mr. Tomastik.
I do have a couple of questions. Good morning, Mr.
Morning.
Tomastik. Thank you for your testimony. Did you find any wells besides the 139 that had a potential explanation for higher water production?
I didn't look, I mean, I looked at dozens of wells, but unfortunately I didn't look at every well in the EMSU and all the sundry notices. When I have looked at a lot of the sundry notices, I have found, issues with well integrity, casing leaks, intermediate casing flows to the surface, but I had not found any additional information regarding water inflows.
For the issues that Chevron documented with casing and cement integrity previously in the IMSU, did you correlate any of that to potential communication pathways between the San Andres and the Grayburg?
No, those were basically well integrity issues that they were experiencing in the Grayburg. The way I looked at, and then the way I'm looking at it as well integrity is from my former career of 25 and a half years as a regulatory person overseeing class 2 and class 3 injection. That well integrity issue becomes a critical aspect of class 2 CO2 permitting because of the corrosive nature of CO2 with steel and Portland cement. So the fact that we've had evidence of communication on acid jobs on the backside of pipe and flows to surface, those are serious concerns from moving from a tertiary or from a water flood scenario to a tertiary CO2 scenario from a regulatory standpoint.
Okay. And then with respect to your comment about fluid level monitoring, wasn't there data presented yesterday showing that fluid levels had risen in the Goodnight wells?
That was showed yesterday. One of the things that nobody mentioned, every one of those wells were still on vacuum. But those were limited shut-ins other than the Piper, which was shut in, I think, for 2 months. And you could see a drop of about 300 feet. Likely, if all of those injection wells were shut in for a longer period of time, your static fluid levels would reach an equilibrium. And most likely, every one of those wells would be pretty well balanced out at pretty much the same level and would drop.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lampkin. Mr. Rosato's questions for Mr. Tomastik.
No, I do not. Thank you, Mr. Tomastik, for your time. We appreciate it.
All right, Dr. Ampoma, you're up.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony today. I do have a couple of questions for you. So if we can have your slides up and then also your direct testimony up, I do have a couple of questions through that. So we'll start with your slide number 3. You describe the water encroachment and then the fracture flow. Now, with regards to you saying that fracture system in the Greenberg and San Andres carbonates do not extend hundreds of feet vertically. Do you have any evidence to back this up?
Again, I looked at Dr. Lindsay's outcrops photographs that show hundreds of feet of Grayberg with his contact with the San Andreas in the Guadalupe Mountains. And there's no evidence of vertical fracture communication extending hundreds of feet in those rocks at the surface. Dr. Lindsay testified or in his self-affirmed statement that the vertical fracture in the core extended only 1 to 3 feet. And there's no evidence of vertical fracturing extending that high. And as Mr. Knight's testified, and I've testified, vertical fractures will hit a horizontal bedding plane that acts as a barrier to flow, and then flow will go horizontal. And that's likely the scenarios that we're seeing, not only in the Grayberg, but also in the lost circulation zones in the San Andreas. Those are horizontal permeability zones that have been stopped by a barrier above that.
And I read that in your direct testimony. So thank you for confirming that. Ms. Hardy brought up the bubble map of the production history in the Greenberg. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So here on your point number 4, you are describing where you believe that there is water encroaching into the Greenberg. Now, does this assertion that you are presenting to the commission here explains the high water production that we are seeing in isolated wells that was shown in that bubble map?
Yes, although I believe the one bubble map I saw from Mr. West's testimony actually had volumes on it that actually had showed how much water had been produced. Again, based on the Bureau of Mines 1939 publication, edgewater encroachment had been going on since the 30s, mainly from the east, but also from the south, or from the west and from the south. But you're dealing geologically with a ramp platform type system. So water is going to, as you're depressurizing the Grayberg from primary production, you're going to cone water in from outside lower elevation areas.
Okay. You make mention of a vacuum. Yeah, you've used that term. And when my other colleague commissioner asked you about the fluid levels, you attributed that nobody talked about the vacuum. I want to talk about the vacuum. How do you define that vacuum?
Basically, vacuum at the surface, that the injection fluid is going down the tubing at no pressure other than atmospheric.
Oh, so
and sometimes you can even put your hand over the tubing and it will actually suck on your tubing. So it's actually pulling the fluid down the borehole.
So you are not necessarily referring to the reservoir that the fluid is going in there?
In the Goodnight San Andreas injection wells, yes.
But you are not referring to the reservoir itself that is in the vacuum, so it's taking all the fluid that comes in.
It's under the vacuum system at the surface. And also when Chevron started injection in the EMSU in 1986 and 87, you can go through the sundry notices. Most of the injection wells in the Grayberg started under vacuum conditions.
Do you certainly know the fluid flow path within the San Andreas from Goodnight's injection?
From what we've seen from Mr. Meltzer and Dr. Trentham's testimony, the San Andreas over that central basin platform is basically an open system. There's really no boundary to horizontal flow from that standpoint. So it's not a closed system, although the injection zone that Goodnight is injecting into in the San Andreas is a confined aquifer.
It's a confined aquifer. How does that square up with open system?
Well, the water is moving laterally out of the system, basically.
To where?
One of the other areas of the San Andreas, maybe where other production is pulling it in. I mean, that could get into a lot of complex geologic and engineering development.
Well, did Goodnight did any analysis to prove to the commission that this is the flow path of the injection?
That I mean, you would have to have multiple wells outside of the EMSU where you had static fluid levels, and wells probably would have to be shut in to be able to reach equilibrium to try to develop a potentiometric subsurface groundwater flow map of the San Andreas. But that would require, like I said, I think there's what somebody said, 60 injection wells in a 5-mile radius. But you have to have the data to be able to map the groundwater flow out of the system.
But you've listened to all the testimony. Now, do you believe that Empire, through their models, presented an alternative potential flow path to the commission?
A flow path in the San Andreas?
Yes.
Or a flow path communication with the Grayburg?
All of it.
If there, and Empire's experts have testified that there's communication between the San Andreas and the Grayburg. If the ROZ is limited to the San Andreas, then you have a regulatory confining zone issue because now you're moving fluid out of the proposed ROZ injection zone. Again, that becomes a regulatory problem because you're not allowed to migrate fluid out of your confining zone.
So you're saying that you believe that the San Andreas is an open system, but Goodnight's injection is in a closed system. I mean, I don't know how that squares out, but you are saying that the fluid that is being displaced is more or less going horizontally. Now, we've listened to testimonies about cast fractures, even from Goodnight's experts. So do you have any evidence to prove to the commission that your testimony is saying that the fluid path is going horizontally? Taking into consideration all these geological features, is there no potential vertical migration?
Well, everything that we've seen, and between the work that Chevron has done with the attempts to squeeze off high permeability flow zones in the Grayburg, all seem to relate to horizontal flow. Again, as Mr. Knights testified, that he believes also that bedding planes are acting as a barrier. There is a confining zone within the Goodnight SWDs above the injection zone. Otherwise, they would not be permitted. You have to have a confining zone that prohibits vertical migration of fluid out of your injection zone. So, and there's been no evidence other than the core data that supposedly shows a 1 to 3 foot vertical fracture. How are we extending vertical fracture height hundreds of feet from Goodnight's injection zone in the San Andreas into the Grayburg? We don't see that. Now, as I testified and also in my self-affirmed statement, there is documentation since the 1930s that there were wells drilled deeper into the San Andreas. Were those wells properly plugged back? That we don't know.
So you said something that I thought was very interesting. You're saying that there's no way Goodnight would have been allowed to inject into the San Andreas if there is no cap rock, or let's say any barrier.
Yes.
So from all the testimonies that we've listened to throughout, we are in the 3rd week. Can you show a strat column delineating a well-established barrier that has been presented to the commission?
I believe on the C-108 permit applications and testimony at that time by Steve Drake, who was the former geologist with Goodnight, that they presented cross sections showing the barrier zone above their proposed injection zones in their St. Andreas SWDs.
And has that been presented to the commission or tendered in as an evidence?
I suspect Mr. McGuire may be presenting that.
I'll look forward to that. Thank you. Let's go to your slide number 8. While the slide number 8 is coming up, I want to ask you, do you have any changes to your conclusions that you've made or any of the analysis that you've made based on all the testimonies that you've listened to throughout the whole weeks?
No, I'm pretty well affirmed with my conclusions.
Okay, so you're talking about there's been a lot of wells being drilled into the San Andreas being tested and all produce water. Is that a fair description?
There have been, I don't say there's a lot, but there's been a number of wells drilled into the San Andreas, yes.
Do you believe there is any ROZ in the San Andreas?
I think there might be a ROZ in the San Andreas directly below the base of the Grayberg, but I've not done any studies on that.
So when Empire experts and also even Goodnight experts, they've all presented to the commission, at least based on the evidence, there is just an ROZ. Does that change your perspective about whether there is existence of ROZ or not?
Well, as we've heard testimony, the ROZ changed from 400 feet to 1,000 feet. So I do not believe there's an ROZ in the part of the St. Andreas where Goodnight is injecting in the St. Andreas.
Now, within the unitization, is there any distinction between what we call Upper San Andreas and then Lower San Andreas?
I really haven't got into that. I focus more on the injection zone in the St. Andreas for the Goodnight wells.
So let me ask you, since you discussed about the geochemistry and their impacts, and all of that, why do the regulators ask for water compatibility analysis?
Basically, I mean the C-108 applications require the submittal of your produced water, which has been shown in testimony, and then also an analysis of your fluid within the reservoir. Typically, Oil Conservation Division has required swabbing of the wells to see if there's any commercial or paying quantity oil production. I know that Goodnight performed those, so that's probably where the fluid analysis for the St. Andreas came from their wells.
So has Goodnight treated water chemistry and all of that presented to the commission as part of this hearings?
In my self-affirmed statement, I went into great detail into how Goodnight is treating their injection fluid prior to injection. There's basically a list of all of the chemical treatments they're doing, scale inhibitors, acid surfactants. They're using corrosion inhibitors. So that in my self-affirmed statement, I got all that information from Goodnight because that's what I had to see. And most of your class 2 saltwater disposal operators will treat their fluid. Injecting produced water that's untreated or unfiltered typically leads to downhole scaling or plugging of the reservoir for injection in basically the wellbore. And Chevron basically in their paper that was published made that statement that the scaling that they were seeing, the barium sulfate, was occurring within the wellbore and not within the reservoir.
Okay, thank you for that. So you do have a regulatory background, right?
A what?
Regulatory background. You've helped.
Oh, yeah. Over my career, I've done pretty much every aspect of the oil and gas industry. Like I said, I drilled wells, I ran casing, cemented, perforated, hydraulic fracture logged, sample descriptions. When we weren't drilling, I had a client, I mean, he had me help plumb up wellheads. I pumped wells, free flowed. We didn't have pump jacks. We free flowed wells. So I learned a lot in the first 6 years of my career in the 1980s in oil and gas, and then 25 and a half years of doing class 2 and class 3 injection permitting and oversight. But I also would go out in the field and witness mechanical integrity tests. I plugged wells. And then I also conducted hundreds of groundwater investigations relating to.
So sorry to interject, the timing.
Yeah.
So,
I have a unique career.
Okay, I appreciate that. And sorry to interject, but the timing. So I just wanted to know that you have experience in permitting class 2 wells.
Yes.
Now you've established that. Now let me ask you, for several years of your experience, have you seen any operator that does not have any interest in a unit being allowed to inject into their unit?
Again, on the permitting aspect here in New Mexico or Texas, I pretty much focus on doing the geologic analysis. I do look at the induced seismicity potential with my geophysicist. So most of the actual work on a C-108 here in New Mexico, like I said, was done either by Nate Allman before he left, and then Oliver Seekins replaced him, and now he's moved on, and Reed Davis is now handling most of that application process.
Okay, so you are not necessarily involved with regards to whether they can inject or not inject. Is that your testimony?
Other than if there's a problem well in air review, or there's not a confining zone above the injection interval, those are the kind of things that I look at on the applications.
Okay. Yeah, so I do have a question that probably I'll hold on for Mr. McGuire about the rights and obligations of unit operator. Section 10 of Empire's Exhibit number 1 that I believe that was presented to us by Mr. Wheeler on that. So I do have a question on that. And since you said that you are not involved in whether they have the opportunity to inject or not, so if Mr. Maguire is in the room, probably he can be ready for that. Section 10 of the that is going to be the unitization documentation. Under that section 10, there is a rights and obligations of the unit operator. So I'll move on. Now, on number 89 of your, I think we've talked about the vacuum, how you describe the vacuum. So I'll move on from that one. Now, 91 of your direct, that will be page 28. If Mr. Rankin can bring that up. Page 28, that will be item number 91.
Apologize, Dr. Ampoma. I was momentarily not paying attention. Direct testimony?
Yes.
Page 28.
Page 28, item 91. So on item 91, you made a lot of important statements here. And I just want to know, and I don't want to read all of that, but is it based on someone's testimony or is based on your own analysis?
This is based on my analysis of a number of existing EMSU Grayburg completions and looking at the lowermost perforation or the total depth of the open hole and the depth below those production areas within the Grayburg to the top of the perforations in the Goodnight, Midstream, San Andreas saltwater disposal wells. And those are anywhere from 285 feet to 463 feet deeper than the production from the Grayburg.
So, sir, you said that additionally, according to Steve Drake's self-affirmed statement and cross-section exhibits from 2002, there is not only a low porosity and a low permeability barrier that separates the producing zone in the Greenberg from the disposal zone in the San Andreas. Do you have evidence to support this?
I relied on those exhibits.
And is this exhibits in evidence as presented to the commission?
I believe they were probably presented within Nate Allman's C-108 exhibits. And
Why
it's
did,
possible Preston McGuire may present them also.
so are you saying all, so Mr. Knight testified about the barriers, whether there's going to be a communication, he showed some barrier. So if there is an established barrier, then why did he not show the commission? Or you said Mr. McGuire will probably show us?
That's what we're assuming, yes.
Okay, okay. I'll move on to section 101, item 101. So on item 101, you are more or less alluding to Dr. Lindsay's PhD dissertation. Let me ask, did you, again, also did your own independent analysis to substantiate this as you are relying upon as part of your testimony?
I did not do my own analysis, but I did find that Dr. Lindsay, some of his self-affirmed statement or testimony contradicted with statements that he had in his PhD dissertation.
So let's move on to 103. You made a very important statement there, which I really want to know more about it. So on item 103, I'm reading from line 3. You said that Goodnight's midstream SWD injection fluids into the San Andreas would not migrate upward since the San Andreas formation pressure is now under pressure. Now under pressure. Do you ever know whether the San Andreas has ever been a normal pressured reservoir?
That I don't know. We would need, I mean, obviously, maybe based on the Rice work that they had presented from the well from 1959, there was indication that it's been on vacuum since. That's an indication that the St. Andreas has been under pressure for, I guess, for time at that point. With the withdrawal of 340 million barrels, I'm sure it helped bring the pressure down even more.
Yeah, but so when you say now, so is it your testimony that you believe that it has probably in the past been a normal pressured reservoir?
I mean, everything that we've, based on what data that we have on the St. Andreas before the water flooding and before the use of the St. Andreas for makeup water, I did not have that data from the Rice well when I did this, so I did not know that it was under pressurized at that point.
Okay. And, you know, item 104, you went ahead and said that in order for the San Andreas Reservoir to even start repressurization, all of the pore space in the reservoir would need to be refilled to accommodate the reconstructed estimate that over 340 million barrels of water has been withdrawn from the San Andreas Formation within the EMSU alone. My question to you is, has Goodnight done any analysis to account for how the pressure is going to change with the existing injection wells and then also the proposed injection wells?
That I don't know. Preston McGuire would be the person to ask that question of.
Do you know that Empire did that analysis and presented to the commission?
I believe there was a slide presented showing the depressurization during the withdrawal of the 340 million barrels of water, and then the start of repressurization, and then the dashed line projecting out to 2030. The problem with that graph is Empire is using the injection volumes from the applications. They were estimating, I think, 323 million barrels a day. There is no class 2 injection well that I'm familiar with that injects continuously the same amount day in and day out. Class 1, where you have an industrial waste product that's 24/7, 365 days a year, you're injecting constantly. On class 2, it's based on supply and demand. When you have horizontal well flowbacks that start, obviously you're going to have a big increase in injection volumes, but when that slows down, then injection volume slows down. So it's not a continuous day in, day out at that injection rate.
And I'm glad that you were able to recollect that that testimony or even that exhibit. So I don't want to pull it up to delay our time here. Now, you talked about the methodology that Empire used. You told me that the water is being displaced. That water that is being injected is being displaced. And I asked you, do you know where it's going?
Well,
You said no.
Again, as my statement above, and that's why you do a water flood, is if you've taken fluid out of the reservoir, you have to refill the pore spaces, as you're aware. So if we've taken 340 million barrels out, you really have to refill that fluid before you start seeing a pressure increase. And that's how a water flood operates. And that's what we see in the Grayburg. The Grayburg was down to about 200 pounds when the water flood initiated. And that, by refilling the reservoir is how water flood works and how you repressurize the reservoir and move the oil front to your producing wells. And based on the data that I looked at from the Oil Conservation Division on the water flooding in the Grayburg, they've run over 1 billion barrels through that water flood. So,
so based on the methodology that Mr. West presented to us, I mean, he was just being generous in such a way that he said, okay, you take one fluid, you put in this. So he was using the permitted rates that Goodnight, do have, and then even the newer ones as well that they are requesting. He used that to do more or less material balance. You put this one in, you take this one out. So I'm not sure why. So is it your testimony that Goodnight is going to present to us an alternative as to how they view how the pressure is going to build up as a result of their injection? Is that your testimony?
Again, I'm not sure exactly how Mr. McGuire is going to present the testimony on that. But like I just testified to, you cannot use an injection rate on a permit as a continuous injection rate for a class 2 well. That never happens. That they go up and down based on supply and demand. So one day I might be injecting 40,000 barrels and the next day I'm injecting 3 because I don't have the supply of water to get rid of at that point.
So, sir, let me ask you, assuming we have one single pool, San Andres, and then Goodnight is injecting, they do have their permit that they are injecting, and another company B comes in and also wants to inject. Is Goodnight not going to use the permitted injection rate to contest whether they are going to have interference?
As far as I know, I've not seen any evidence from Goodnight that there's well interference on any of their wells at this point.
Okay. Now I was just putting a hypothetical case, because you are saying that the rates that NMOCD puts on permits are not relevant. Is that your testimony?
Well, no, you have an area review that limits the spacing of your injection wells. I mean, so you're not putting injection wells right next to each other.
Well, you use your injection rate to delineate your area of review.
No, that's not what that's based on. The area review is based on either a fixed radius that is part of the UIC primacy program, or it's based on a zone of endangering influence calculation, which I don't have not seen in New Mexico anybody actually going in and doing a zone of endangering influence calculation, which is basically a modified Tice equation, which is based on homogeneous rocks and that really doesn't work in the geologic realm. So basically your area review is based on a fixed radius. Now, there has been changes in New Mexico to the Delaware Mountain Group where you're now moving a mile between two wells due to the potential of not well interference between the injection well, but pressuring the formation up that would impact producing wells drilling through the injection interval.
I will hold it on there and then probably we'll have more discussion with Mr. Maguire. So I'll just leave it there. Now, just to confirm on your item 105, you talk about 105, you talk about this vertical. So you describe that there is a 285 feet to 463 below the lowest producing Empire's Greenback oil production. I know you've talked about this, but I just want to put on record. You're saying that this vertical separation comprised of tight intervals with low porosities and higher resistivities with anhydrites immediately above the top of the injection zone would serve as an additional barrier to vertical fluid migration into the Greenback Formation. My question to you is, do you have any evidence where you've mapped what you are alluding here and shown to the commission?
Again, that is based on the cross-section work that Steve Drake did in 2022 with the submittal of the applications.
And Mr. Maguire will show us.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Ampoma. Redirect examination, Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Tomasic, do you recall questions from Ms. Hardy regarding whether or not the produced water that Goodnight is disposing would contain fracture fluids from the Delaware Basin?
Yes.
Do you recall in your review of the history of well completions and production in the EMSU, whether or not the EMSU operators in the Grayburg also fractured their wells?
I'm going to object to the question. I think that Mr. Rankin is testifying about information that Mr. Tomastic has not testified about. I don't think you can put words in the witness's mouth.
Overruled.
Mr. Tomastic, I didn't get the chance to finish my question, but you reviewed the well completion history of the operators in the EMSU and the Grayburg, correct?
Yes.
Did those operators fracture their wells?
Yes, there's not only hydraulic fracturing that's been performed in the Grayburg, but also in the Penrose and the Queen and the Yates.
Ms. Hardy asked you about strontium scaling. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Did Mr. West address strontium scaling in either his direct testimony or his rebuttal testimony?
I believe he mentioned it. I don't know if it was in testimony, but I've seen no indication of strontium sulfate. Barium sulfate seems to be the main scale problem that has been addressed in the EMSU.
You call questions from the commission regarding the potential direction or pathway of flow in the San Andres?
Yes, and that's just totally relying on that Jones paper from 2016.
Well, actually, I think what I was asking about was the commission's questions to you about which direction the flow in the San Andres may go, right? Which direction it is going.
Oh, horizontally, basically,
Okay.
And it's an open system.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a couple questions about that, but do you
Yes.
recall Dr. Trentum's testimony about the ROZ, the creation of the ROZ in the EMSU through the San Andres Fairway?
Yes.
And do you recall that Dr. Trentum identified the flow pathway in the San Andres through that fairway?
Yes.
Which direction was that flow?
To the east mainly, some to the south.
Okay, so looking at this chart where he's identified the EMSU and AGUB, which direction is that pathway, that flow?
Looks in the EMSU, it looks like he has it going from the west to east and then to the south,
Okay, so, but, and through the EMS, from the EMSU, which direction is it going?
south.
Um, You referred to, I believe, Mr. West's exhibit where he showed volumes of water. He did a mass balance of volumes of water injected and withdrawn from the San Andreas around, in and around the EMSU. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And those volumes, do those volumes equate to pressure? Is there an equation? I mean, do you know, you don't know what the effect on pressure is going to be based on those volumes?
I didn't look at that, no.
But did Mr. West look at that in that
I
exhibit?
believe he did.
In that exhibit, was it just addressing volumes, or was it also addressing pressures?
I recall, I definitely remember volumes. I don't remember if there was pressure on there or not. It may have been.
Okay, but you don't recall as you sit here today?
No.
Okay.
I'd have to see the diagram.
The exhibit speaks for itself that we're
Yes.
referring to. Okay. Mr. Hearing Officer, I have no further questions for Mr. Tomastik at this time.
Okay, thank you. It's 11:41. I'm assuming you have one last witness, Mr. McGuire, is that correct?
Mr. Hearing Officer, we're going to do Mr. David White today because of the time frames. We don't have a lot of time to do Mr. McGuire today. We can finish Mr. White, and then we would give us uninterrupted time for Mr. McGuire on May 19th.
Mr. White?
Yeah.
I don't have him on your list.
Mr. White is our rebuttal witness to address the Capitan issues. He's on our list as a rebuttal witness.
Okay. All right. Empire's on board with that. Let me ask you, Mr. Rosatos, what would be the commission's preference on this?
Mr. Hearing Officer, I've got an issue. Are we releasing this witness? Just first, my first question, and then I got an issue I do want to bring up, but I want to do these in order.
That was going to be my question to Mr. Hearing Officer. Are we releasing this witness?
Any objection to that, Empire?
No objection.
Mr. Tomastik, thank you for your time. You're free to go or stay. All right. Okay.
I do need to bring this up now, Mr. Hearing Officer. So in Mr. Tomastik's, it's both his rebuttal and his amended rebuttal. OCD needs to move to strike paragraphs 28 through 39 and exhibits C23 through C27. Those were not testified to in any way today. And OCD's position is they are highly prejudicial. They were not brought up on direct, and so were not a subject of cross-examination. My concern here is if this were before a jury, it would be very easy to get an instruction to the jury to disregard something like that. In this instance, the OCD or the OCC has seen these. In this case, we've had a couple months where these documents have been out floating. They've been filed. And I've got a concern at this point that I don't have any assurances or what I would maybe otherwise describe as a corrective instruction that could be issued to basically instruct the jury or a decision maker that these were not actually statements that were put into evidence, nor were the exhibits. And I would like to see some type of remedy crafted for that if possible.
Okay, well, can we see what we're talking about here? Can you bring them up?
My concern is if I put it up, I'm actually just making my situation worse if I show it.
Let's hear from Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Moender, can you tell me what paragraphs you're talking about?
It would be paragraphs, and this is for both the original rebuttal and the amended, paragraphs 28 through 39 and exhibits C23 through C27.
Okay.
Mr. Hearing Officer, weren't these admitted into evidence at the beginning of Mr. Tomastik's presentation of evidence?
Well, that's a good question, Mr. Beck. Mr. Rankin, were those moved into evidence?
They were.
And I was not
Mr.
entitled to the knowledge that that would not be covered until pretty much the end of testimony. So I had no ability to, I would have had no basis to object at that point. I was only alerted to this at the end, essentially the end of his direct.
Well,
Mr.
you could,
Rankin, Mr.
you
Rankin,
were,
before you speak, Mr. Rankin, you're sharing your screen.
Oh.
Since there is the concern, you may want to stop sharing your screen.
I mean, Mr. Hearing Officer, there was no way of me knowing this until those had already been entered into evidence. Otherwise, I would have quite obviously objected. And this is the only remedy I'm left with.
well, weren't these provided to OCD
Okay.
by Goodnight?
Absolutely.
For the hearing?
They were.
All
But
right, and then you heard Mr. Rankin move the exhibits into evidence?
Absolutely. But at this
And
point,
you didn't object?
of course not, because I didn't realize there would be no testimony. I couldn't even examine. I would have been objected to if I had started examining that witness about.
Yes, but your remedy was to try and make the record and then rebut Mr. Rankin's objection. Instead, you didn't question the witness about it, and you're asking me to strike the
Of
testimony.
course, I would not have asked a question about something that was totally outside the scope at that point of the direct.
It's not outside the scope of the exhibit.
All right, well, I'm making my record on
All
this
right.
because it's prejudicial regardless. So I guess we got one more appellate issue we'll be dealing with in a few weeks.
Okay, I'm not gonna strike the evidence. Anything further, Mr. Moander?
No, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay. All right, so let's see, that brings us back to the issue of timing. It's now 11:47. Mr. Rosato, so what are your thoughts? Should we break now and come back a little earlier than 1:15 for the next witness?
Yeah, why don't we break now? And we'll come back. Let's do 1:05 just to give some time because 1 o'clock sometimes gets a little rough for people. So we'll be back at 1:05.
All right, great. With your next witness, rebuttal witness, Mr. White.
Mr. White, we don't have a Mr. Green today, but sometimes we've had that situation. We've had a Mr. Green and Mr. White, but today it's just Mr. White. And hopefully we'll get done with him by the end of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin.
You're off the record at 11:47. Oh, six years. 5%, 5076. 5076. Let's see if that's the right one. Five zero seven six 2468 2468 times 2468 times 5.076. 24685.0. Two five six. What? Like what the fuck? That's true. That's false.